Blah, 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 blah. Yes, we are here. It's working. Yes. Hello everyone. Here we are again. Gladiator Body. Gladiator Angela is joining us. On this new adventure in space. Another nostalgia trip, this time amongst the stars. This game is a staple for everybody that loves video games, that loves RPG, that loves great characters, that loves interactive characters, and that loves world building, exploration, action, sci-fi. I didn't play it right after it came out. I played it, I think by chance. I was with my dad and my brother, I think. Was it after school or something, or maybe a weekend? And we went to a tech store, and it was there on the shelves back when, discs were like the only option. And this one caught my eye. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't really play sci-fi back then. I played, still life, like point and click games, narrative adventure games, space games. I mean, maybe the X series, the second or the third. I don't know if back then it was already out. I tried it, but nothing like this. I think, after this it was Dragon Age Origins. I think I played it right after this one. It was a really good game. And so much variety, so many species, so much lore. Much less of a reader nowadays. Try to get back into it. So I'll try to read every piece that I can. Of course, probably my voice is being overshadowed by the music. Maybe this, yes. I think this is better, right? Well, difficult insanity. We're doing insanity? Well, scaling. In classic mode, the original 160 level range would be used instead of the new 130 level range. XP and talent points progression remains the same, but the number of levels is doubled in classic mode. So we want 1 to 60 or 1 to 30? Huh. Does that matter? I think we get the same things, right? Should we use the classic? or legendary? Squad product usage, yes. Should I go for insanity? Oh boy. Should I go for insanity? Then I want to do classic mode. Yeah. Insanity, classic mode. I think everything is good. I don't remember. I'm gonna use the control because Value to Angela is better. Like my keyboard is kind of underneath. I'm gonna have to. So I'm gonna start a new career.
Welcome to Alliance Military Database. Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection. Secure connection confirmed.
I'm gonna go for the incredible voiceovers. Should I make my own? I kind of love the standard male Sheppard build. Although let's try to make a new one. Already with decisions. I think I wanna play kind of male Sheppard or female Sheppard. It's a tough choice, tough choice, tough choice. I want to carry him through all 3 games, so I'm thinking like of gender swapping. Let's try.
Please log in to access your profile.
Let's leave it as John. Oh.
Warning, data corruption detected. Please reconstruct profile. Confirm pre-service history.
Okay, I don't remember. I think it gives me like origin story narrative options right throughout the story, if I remember. Let's read them all. Spacer. Both of your parents were in the Alliance military. Your childhood was spent on ships and stations as they transferred from posting to posting, never staying in one location for more than a few years. Following in your parents' footsteps, you enlisted at the age of 18. Military. Military brat. Colonist. You were born and raised on Mindor, a small border colony in the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, slavers raided Mindor, slaughtering your family and friends. You were saved by a passing Alliance patrol, and you enlisted with the military a few years later. Earthborn. A Warsaw survivor. Earthborn. You were an orphan raised on the streets of the great metropolises covering Earth. You escaped the life of petty crime and underworld gangs by enlisting with the Alliance military when you turned 18. I'm not much into the spacer. Like all that you know is military life. would be good for the soldier profile, like using all weapons. I think it was the soldier profile that uses like all weapons. Colonists, it's interesting. Like you carry trauma by surviving a raid, while being saved by the Alliance. So you feel like you owe the Alliance, and that's why you enlist. Kind of a deal. Earthborn, like you were an orphan in the streets. Even in the future, orphans are left out on the streets. Phew. Yeah, petty crime and underworld gangs. You escaped the life of petty crime and underworld gangs. I mean, I'm kind of attracted by the colonist, where you're kind of this lone survivor. The Earthborn, I don't know. Being raised in the streets doesn't really pique my interest. I think it does like being just military, even though for the soldier profile is really good. Like a full-on bred spacer and just like alliance. You know, kind of see what can happen. I would pick colonist.
Confirm psychological profile.
Oh, I didn't know there were multiple ones. Are they the same for the other ones?
Confirm psychological profile.
So I just assumed there are more for psychological profile. During your service, a mission you were on went horribly wrong. Trapped in an extreme survival situation, you had to overcome physical torments and psychological stresses that would have broken most people. You survived while all those around you fell, and now you alone are left to tell the tale. War hero. Early in your military career, you found yourself facing an overwhelming enemy force. You risked your own life to save your fellow soldiers and defeat the enemy despite the impossible odds. Your bravery and heroism have earned you medals and recognition from the Alliance fleet. Ruthless. Throughout your military career, you have held fast to one basic rule: get the job done. You've been called cold, calculating, and brutal. Your reputation for ruthless efficiency makes your fellow soldiers wary of you. But when failure is not an option, the military always goes to you first. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of intrigued by the sole survivor. Yeah, we'll kind of check out, because you kind of already know the scenario. So when it happens again, though, I mean, it's a lot to carry. Ooh. Sheesh. Sole survivor. Heavy weight to carry.
Confirm military specialization.
Alright. Soldiers are combat specialists, ideal for the front lines of a firefight. Soldiers have improved health, can specialize in the use of all weapon types, start with the ability to wear medium armor, and can train the use of heavy armor. Engineers are tech specialists, using the holographic Omni tool. They can decrypt security systems, repair or modify technical equipment, disrupt enemy weapons or shields, and heal their squad. Engineers can only wear light armor, and they specialize in pistols. Adept. Adept are biotic specialists. Through upgradable implants, they can use biotic powers to lift or throw objects, shield the squad, and disable or destroy enemies. Adepts can only wear light armor and they specialize in pistols. Infiltrator. Infiltrators combine combat and tech abilities to specialize in killing or disabling enemies at long range. Infiltrators are trained to use omni-tools, focusing on decryption and offensive abilities rather than healing. They can specialize in pistols or sniper rifles and wear medium armor. Sentinel. Sentinels combine biotic and tech abilities. Typically, they use biotic abilities and advanced healing skills to defend allies, though they can also disrupt opponents with biotic or tech attacks. They are more efficient at tech and biotics than other classes, but at the expense of combat. Sentinels can only wear light armor and receive no specialized weapon training. Vanguards are biotic warriors. They combine biotics and weapons to take down opponents and are especially deadly at short range. They specialize in pistols and shotguns and wear medium armor. So we already have pistols, shotguns, sniper rifles. What about assault rifles? Since I'm doing insanity difficulty, having only like short range kind of thing, I feel like it's gonna be really difficult. So I'm not really into the biotic powers. I don't know, they just don't speak to me. I like the tech. I'm leaning more into the soldier and just basic, just full on weapons, and have my squad mates have the powers. We have, I think, engineer, Dex. We're gonna have a mix of both. We have Ashley, and Ashley's full on soldier, I think. Then we get can't believe I forgot his name. I love the voiceover, the actor that plays him. He was great once upon a time. Anyway, and other series early 2000s. Cold Case. Anyway, one I think is biotic. One I think is full soldier. Then we have tech. So no, this not the Vanguard, not the Sentinel, not the Adept. So Infiltrator is half warrior, half tech, but it's more offense than healing. Engineer can do everything. Decryption, like all that. And soldiers full on. Like the sniper rifles having more longer range. The Infiltrator. Or the soldier. I mean, the heavy armor, I feel like I'm gonna need it. Playing at insanity level. For an engineer, probably not a good idea. Infiltrator or soldier. Let's go with soldier.
Confirm facial identification.
Let's let our squad mates deal with everything else. Oof. Facial structure. You know, I kind of like how Sheppard looks. Beautiful. Full on African skin tone. It's really beautiful skin tone. If we go more our way, a little more vampiric. Like full. That sickly complexion. What is it? This is more rugged. So you have that. You'll probably take vitamin D because we don't take much sun. Neck thickness. Whoa, neck thickness. About halfway. Face size. Cheek width. Halfway too. Wow. Oh, but we're still at, I was going cheekbones. Okay. Cheek gaunt. Normal. Ear size. Let's leave the medium. Gaze orientation. Like that, okay. Eye shape. Oh my goodness. I don't even know my own eye shape. I have white eyes. It's kind of normal. This is kind of like the droplet. Like I've seen some stuff. This is more like an Asian outlook. This kind of like normal, neutral. Kind of like this one. A droplet. This is like some kind of Egyptian. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I'm comparing with the nose, but I'm gonna have to change the nose. So with, oh boy, normal. It's just normal, right? Depth. Normal, right? Yeah. Brow depth. Okay. Brow height. Normal. Iris color. Okay. I see. Red. Is there someone around the world who has red irises? I kind of want to do dark brown. Is this dark brown? This is black. I think this is dark brown. Yeah. Dark brown. The jaw. Yeah. The mouth shape. I'm gonna have small lips. This seems kind of normal. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Normal. Lip size. Reduce the lip height, yeah. Mouth height. Maybe a bit. Okay. Nose shape. This is like an African nose. Okay, there's like a normal nose, wide nose. This is kind of normal nose. Yes, I have kind of like the arched nose, the little dune, a little dune. Right. Nose height, nose depth, nose depth. Yeah, nose depth, fine. Here be a brown hair color. Let's see hair color. Ooh. These are some nice hair colors. So it goes from light, dark to light again. Here's blue. I think this is black and brown. Here's your hair color. Whoa. Is that brown? I kind of cannot tell. Yeah. So you want no beard? No beard. Interesting stash. Rough. I don't know how they're called, but I like this one. The other one. Well kept. Yeah. This is not like a Fallout hairstyle. So I know that a hairstyle that fits the shape. This looks kind of like Harry Cavill in, what was the spy one? Dua Lipa something. Yeah, the bald. Kind of looks like a marauder though, usually, right? Not the Caesar. The what's it called? I don't know. Okay. Kind of want okay with the side up. A mohawk. Little mohawk. Shaved sides. Kind of like a soldier. It's more like a soldier hairstyle, huh? Light through it. Whoa. That is cool. I like that one. Well, I like this one. Yeah, as a soldier, I don't think they would ever wear like long hair. It would be just unpractical. I like this though. I like this design. I don't know how you would upkeep it. Seeing that, you know. No brows. The alien look. Yeah, this is kind of like more. This is kind of like basics. Yeah. Yeah. We got scars. Well, he survived and then he survived again, so I think maybe a scar would be. Does got any scar on the left? Where would the scar be? On the eyebrow? The little fleshy wound on the eyebrow. with a scar on the eyebrow.
Profile reconstruction complete.
Let's go.
Identification confirmed.
I'm going for insanity. I don't know. We're gonna make it. I'm going for insanity. Okay. Oh, the epic music that's gonna be.
Well, what about Sheppard? He grew up in the colonies.
He knows how tough life can be out there. His parents were killed when slavers attacked Mindwar.
He saw his whole unit die on a cruise. He could have some serious emotional scars.
Every soldier has scars. Sheppard's a survivor.
Is that the kind of person we want protecting the galaxy?
That's the only kind of person who can protect the galaxy.
I'll make the call.
Heavy responsibilities. In the year 2048, explorers on Mars discovered the remains of an ancient spacefaring civilization. In the decades that followed, these mysterious artifacts revealed startling new technologies, enabling travel to the furthest stars. The basics for this incredible technology, I'm sure you read it.
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Commander?
This is how you want a movie to start. There's momentum.
We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations secure for transit.
Construction's going on.
Board is green. Approach run has begun. Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus gave you a compliment. So you hate him.
Kid.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
The official story, you're reacting, cut the chatter. I agree, you're reacting. I mean, he's doing a bit of gossip, so let's cut the chatter.
That's enough. You're soldiers. Act like it.
Sorry, Commander.
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good. Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Sheppard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
You get that, Commander?
Yep, so I know.
I'm on my way.
Oh, no.
Is it me or does the captain always sound a little pissed off?
Only when he's talking to you, Joker.
Ooh. I got Renegade. Codex. Personal history summary. Okay, this is what we read. You were raised on Mindor on the fingers of the Attican you traverse. When you were 16, the colony was raided by slavers. The entire settlement was razed, and your friends and family were slaughtered. A passing Alliance patrol rescued you, but all you loved was destroyed. You enlisted with the Alliance military, eventually volunteering to go to Akuze, a colony that had mysteriously dropped out of contact. As soon as it arrived on the surface, your patrol was attacked by Thresher Maws, mindless abominations of teeth and tentacles that rose up from beneath the earth. Constant gunfire, I didn't remember that. The constant gunfire call couldn't drown out the shrieks of your fellow soldiers as they were dragged down to a gruesome death. 50 Marines died on Akuze. You were the only one to make it back to the landing zone alive. A monument on the planet commemorates the massacre, a grim reminder of the price humanity must pay as they spread throughout the stars. Humanity and System Alliance. Timeline 2069. Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater becomes the first human settlement on Luna. It is formally founded on July 24th, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. 2103. Lowell City in Eos Chasma becomes the first human settlement on Mars. 2137, Eldfair Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrates helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. 2142, construction of Gagarin Station, Jump Zero, begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. 2148, prospectors discover the Prothean ruins at Prometheae Planum on Mars. 2149, translation of Prothean data leads humans to the Charon Mass Relay. Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. 2151. A shipping accident at Singapore International Spaceport exposes downwind communities to containers of dust form element 0. Alliance begins construction of Arcturus Station. The Bionics, I think, started from there, right? 2152. Roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore after element 0 exposure suffered from cancerous growths. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first extrasolar colony world, the planet Demeter. 2154, Commander Sheppard born. 2155, Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of Arcturus Station as a headquarters. 2156, some children of Singapore exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. 2157, Turians encounter human explorers, First Contact War. Occupation and liberation of the human colony of Shanxi. 2158, humans learn potential of biotics. An international effort to extract element 0 exposures begins. Roughly 10% of exposed children show some level of bionic ability. 2160, System Alliance Parliament formed. 2165, humans established embassy on Citadel. 2170, Batarian slavers attack the Alliance colony of Mindor. 2176, Scalian Blitz, pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Scalian Verge. 2177, Thresher Maws devour the Alliance colony of Cruz. 2178. In retaliation for the Skillian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slavers on the moon of Dorfan. 2183, current date. 2183 is current date. 2183. So it's almost, Commander Sheppard is almost 30 years old. Aliens, council races.
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role of galactic peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other two races were ever removed. Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the two species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations.
Diplomatic relations.
The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity.
Prologue. On the Normandy, you are the Lieutenant Commander Sheppard, Executive Officer of the SS-V Normandy. Go speak to Captain Anderson in the comm room. Squad. The squad screen lets you view your team's talents. Use D-pad to select a talent on or its rank. Press A to spend a talent point to gain a rank in the selected talent. As you gain levels, you will acquire talent points and unlock higher ranks. So we got pistols, then unlock shotguns. Yeah, I remember correctly. We got Paragon and Renegade. Doing the good thing. You could do things in a honorable way, or you could do things in a more harsher, renegade kind of criminal way. I always say we should cross the street, not on the line, on the crosswalks. You're kind of renegade. Combat armor. I think I should get some combat armor. I don't know why I already have 3 points. That's good, I guess. I think I should get soldier. Should try to charm or intimidate. I kind of don't like, charisma-based abilities. It always feels like manipulation. I don't know. Trauma, I guess. I don't want to intimidate, although that's kind of the soldier kind of way. You have kind of like the rough, aggressive stance. You could charm, you could be more diplomatic or manipulative in a constructive, positive way, Should we get intimidation or charm? Or maybe assault training. I mean, doing it in a charming way, I guess it's more, it's healthier, I guess. Yeah, yes.
The captain's waiting for you in the comm room, Commander.
You probably don't want to keep the captain waiting.
I'm so smoothly.
I'm telling you, I just saw him. He marched by like he was on a mission.
He's a Spectre. They're always on a mission.
And we're getting dragged right along with him.
Relax, Presley. You're gonna give yourself an ulcer.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the captain?
He wants to see me.
I'm on my way to give him a status update right now.
With all due respect, sir, maybe he'll finally tell you what we're really doing out here.
What do you mean?
You think the Alliance brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert agents. Why send a Spectre, a Turian Spectre, on a shakedown run? It doesn't add up.
I'll look into it.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
I grew up on Eden Prime, Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling us about this mission.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take orders from a Spectre.
Not his choice, Doc. Spectres don't answer to anyone. They can do whatever they want. Kill anyone who gets in their way.
Oh, you watch too many spy vids, Jenkins.
Dear Dr. Chakwas. And Jenkins.
What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action usually ends with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
The doctor's right.
Only a fool goes looking for a fight, Corporal.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
Nice.
What can you tell me about Nihilus?
Turians are generally well respected by the other species. Their fleet has more patrols protecting Citadel space than any other. They don't always get on well with us, though. Some people find them too rigid. Others still blame them for the First Contact War. As for Nihilus, I haven't said more than 2 words to him. He usually only speaks to the captain.
I heard Nihilus once took down an entire enemy platoon all by himself. Man, I can't believe I'm on a mission with an actual Spectre.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what I've heard. Spectre agents work directly for the Citadel Council. They usually work alone or in small groups. Spectres don't have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protect it at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
You're from Eden Prime, aren't you, Jenkins? What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development, so you don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous. But when I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even Paradise gets boring after a while.
Any idea why Eden Prime was chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on. We've got a Spectre on board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
You'll do fine.
Just treat this like every other assignment you've had and everything will work out.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself on a cruise. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
Be careful.
You're young, Corporal. You have a long career ahead of you. Don't do something stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, sir. I'm not gonna screw this up.
Isn't it hard, like as a Spectre, to... How do you... Once they're nominated, I guess, how do you make sure that Spectres maintain a certain respectability and the responsibility of their status. What would constitute, would they be able to gauge the destabilizing elements of the galaxy?
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye.
We got XP. Oh, sorry.
Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers, resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded assassins, ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law. The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation.
When the situation is delicate. Huh? Nice. Can I go here now?
Yes, Commander, is there something you need?
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Bye. Okay. What's up, Nihilus?
Commander Sheppard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
Where's Captain Anderson?
The captain said he'd meet me here.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this world we're going to, Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
Yeah.
They say it's a paradise.
Yes, a paradise. Serene, tranquil, safe. Eden Prime has become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it really?
Why are you asking?
Do you know something?
Your people are still newcomers, Sheppard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the Commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
What's going on?
Is someone gonna fill me in, Captain?
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
Why the secrecy?
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir.
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis. A research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
Prothean?
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago.
Their legacy still remains. The mass relays, the Citadel, our ship drives. It's all based on Prothean technology.
This is big, Sheppard. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it jumped our technology forward 200 years. But Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. We need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study.
Obviously, this goes beyond mere human interests, Commander. This discovery could affect every species in Council space.
Why did we tell the Council?
Why didn't we keep the beacon for ourselves?
You humans don't have the best reputation. Some species see you as selfish, too unpredictable, too independent, even dangerous.
Sharing that beacon will improve relations with the Council. Plus, we need their scientific expertise. They know more about the Protheans than we do.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Sheppard.
Nihilus wants to see you in action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
Why?
What's going on, Captain?
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, It shows how far the Alliance has come.
Not many could have survived what you went through on Akuz. You showed a remarkable will to live, a particularly useful talent. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
Why would a Turian want a human in the Spectres?
Not all Turians resent humanity. Some of us see the potential of your species. We see what you have to offer to the rest of the galaxy, and to the Spectres. We are an elite group. It's rare to find an individual with the skills we seek. I don't care that you're human, Sheppard. I only care that you can do the job.
You support this, Captain?
I assume this is good for the Alliance.
Earth needs this, Sheppard. We're counting on you.
Oh, no pressure.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team.
Right.
Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
Aye, aye. Proteins.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school.
Yeah.
They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But everyone agrees, galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
I love the Turians like three finger hands. Or claws, I don't know.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful
Like
farming
Dalian.
world, but it represents something much bigger. Eden Prime is one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery of galactic importance.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology, even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons archive? We can't let it fall into the wrong hands.
Wrong hands?
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't the most stable sector of Citadel space. There are plenty of raiders and criminal groups active in the region. They might figure a Prothean beacon is worth the risk of attacking an Alliance ship. Plus, Eden Prime is right on the border of the Terminus systems.
Terminus systems?
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
Right, the Turian structure is so interesting. Where'd you go?
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting
Yeah,
close to
design
Eden.
is so
Captain, we got a problem.
What's wrong, Joker?
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Get down!
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need...
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold.
Captain Anderson.
Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
Aye, aye. We going in. We going in.
Engaging stealth systems. Somebody was doing some serious digging here, Captain.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
Aye, aye.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective. The beacon's your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Nihilus, you coming with us?
Of course.
I move faster on my own.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
He can count us.
We've got his back, Captain.
The mission's yours now, Sheppard. Good luck.
We are approaching drop point 2.
The animation. So cool. Yeah.
Ship perimeter secure, Commander.
Yeah. Yeah, codex. Ooh, so much codex.
Roughly 50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Kaje, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens.
Planets.
The Terminus systems are located on the far side of the Attican Traverse, beyond the space administered by the Citadel Council or claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. It is populated by a loose affiliation of minor species, united only in their refusal to acknowledge the political authority of the Council or adhere to the Citadel conventions. Their independence comes at a price. The Terminus is fraught with conflict. War among the various species is common, as governments and dictators constantly rise and fall. The region is a haven for illegal activities, particularly piracy and the slave trade. At least once a year, a fleet from the Terminus invades the nearby Attican Traverse. These attacks are typically small raids against poorly defended colonies. The Council rarely retaliates, as sending patrols into the Terminus systems could unify the disparate species against their common foe, triggering a long and costly war.
Aye, aye. We got our... Head to the dig site. Make your way to the excavation site where the beacon was unearthed. Where's Woody? Yeah, Hayden Kolenko. He's a sentinel. A sentinel was a bionic. Was it bionic or attack? Or was it mixed? So I think this is bionics decryption. So he's half bionic, half attack. Okay. Let's do circle around. First take. Let's do first take. This is so good. Let's do a stop rifle. Equipment. The equipment screen allows you to equip and upgrade gear for your squad. Press left or right D-pad to cycle item types. Use up and down D-pad to select an item. A equips a selected item. X, upgrade unequipped item. Y, breaks down the selected item into Omnigel. Omnigel. Let's go.
This place got hit hard, Commander. Hostiles everywhere. Keep your guard up.
Okay, let's take a break. Huh? What is it for? What you looking for? Mamma mia. What is it looking for? What do you do? Huh? What is it looking for? Princess. Beautiful princess. Beautiful princess. Mamma mia. Che cosa cerca lei? Che cosa cerca lei? Mamma mia. Basta. Stop. Okay. Alright. How do we rush?
What the hell are those?
Gas bags.
Damn!
Exploration products. Weapons, armor, and equipment. How much for you left? Weapons, armor, and equipment. The development of practical manufacturing omni-tools allows modern militaries to have a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits or upgrades are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, omni-tools, biotic amps, and even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an omni-tool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since omni-tools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials such as plastics, ceramics, and light metals, rendered into semi-molten omni-tools for quick use, it is quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation. Cool. Nice. Can I jump? No. Crossing water. Crossing water. Small fire.
Oh God, what happened here?
To change weapons, hold left button. Use L. So this is for Jenkins, and this is for Caden. So he's got a pistol, he's got an assault rifle, he got a pistol. So that's the sniper rifle pistol. And okay. Okay. here. We got a WWE match over here. Oh gosh. Wow. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ôi giờ này có Tại sao mẹ? Mình chăng á? Anh dạ. Everything for food, okay. Just a second. I'll be back. Get enough first fight. Yes. Yes, I understand. I understand. I found it. Okay. Just done a WWE match. Oh goodness. Okay. Let's go. We're in our first fight. Okay. Insanity level. Insanity difficulty in it. So maybe spell that out. Okay.
Smells like smoke and death.
Okay. We got more. Okay. kind of like the longer ranged guns. So for now I'm gonna leave the pistols. Assault training. At least one, yes. Let's do another soldier and charm. Yes. And then Caden. Let's have him have barrier. Can absorb damage. And we get into decryption. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, Jenkins.
Rip right through his shields. Never had a chance.
He deserves a burial. Kind of burned off guy. He deserves a burial.
We'll see that he receives a proper service once the mission is complete. But I need you to stay focused.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'm so sorry, Jenkins. He got... Metagel is needed to heal injured squad members. Omnigel can be used to bypass decryption and electronic challenges. Both can be acquired by defeating enemies and opening containers. Press Y to use Metagel to heal your squad. Okay. Oh, shit.
I've got some burned out buildings here, Sheppard.
As you gain levels,
a lot of bodies.
use
I'm gonna
squad
check
screen
it
to
out.
improve.
I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Codex.
Kinetic barriers, more commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons. Whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor, the basic principle remains the same. Kinetic barriers are repulsive mass effect fields, projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows the user to sit down without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation.
Jenkins is dead, but you have to press on to the dig site. Aye, aye. Too many soldiers would lose. Too many people. Issue orders to your squad. Attack your target. Access move to a point. Regroup and follow you. So D-pad. Huh? So on me. Sent my teammates what I had. This was kind of easy to use. Charred remains. Is there stuff that I can pick up? There's small fire. Okay, with X, you can kind of run through the terrain. Medical kit. Metagel. Geth. Yeah, the robotics, Geth. Sentient AI. That feels good.
I didn't think I was gonna make it.
Ashley Williams.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
Are you okay?
Are you wounded, Williams?
A few scrapes and burns, nothing serious. The others weren't so lucky. Oh man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
What happened to your unit?
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush.
Hmm.
I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
Who responds like this? Don't blame yourself.
This isn't your fault, Williams. You couldn't have done anything to save them.
Yes, sir. We held our position as long as we could, until the Geth overwhelmed us.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
Join us.
We could use your help, Williams.
Aye, aye, sir. It's time for payback.
The movie one-liners, the Geth.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
The huge parenthesis between what we're going through, kind of, where we're heading right now. You know, cheap labor, but it's supposed to be something more, right? The beacon.
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
And the scientists?
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Before the attack.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure the area. Seemed like a routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Nihilus.
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime. None that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
Sorry. Like I said, no Turians.
Let's go.
Move out.
Codex. Non-council races.
The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics, as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems.
Well, I guess it doesn't impact them, right? We got... Ooh, 4. She gets 4. Okay. She kinda has the same thing as us. Right? Combat armor. Assault rifles. Assault training. Yeah. Press button start to access the mission computer. Then go to the squad screen to spend talents point for new squad members. Ooh, look how much stuff.
The
Upgrade
beacon's
kit.
at the far end of this trend.
To change your team's equipment screen. Sheppard. Armor. Oh, this is good for him. Ooh, very good for him. Okay. We cannot use different kinds of armor. More combat based. Impaled. Impaled peeps. Nice. Good job. Good job. We got it. Let's do charm, soldier, assault training. Yes. I'll do decryption. Yeah. Let's see if that helps us. So soldier, assault training. Nice. Welcome up. Welcome. You ate, you drank water. Yeah. Okay. I see something. Why can't they do the box? Oh, I'm sorry. Not for you, kitten. For me. I kinda wanna go. It doesn't toggle between all of them, just to investigate.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Change of plans, Sheppard. There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Got it. Great. So many weaponsies. Okay.
Combat hard suits use a dual-layer system to protect the wearer. The inner layer consists of fabric armor with kinetic padding, Areas that don't need to be flexible, such as the chest or shins, are reinforced with sheets of lightweight, ablative ceramic. The outer layer consists of automatically generated kinetic barriers. Objects traveling above a certain speed will trigger the barrier's reflex system and be deflected, provided there is enough energy left in the shield's power cell. Armored hard suits are sealable to protect the wearer from extremes of temperature and atmosphere. Standard equipment includes an onboard mini-frame and a communications, navigation, and sensing suite. The mini-frame is designed to accept and display data from a weapon's smart targeting system to make it easier to locate and eliminate enemies.
Yeah. Wait, what? Stai facendo la... You're doing a facial? Thank you. The beacon has been taken from the dig site. Maybe you can find clues by investigating the nearby research camp. My lady. Cuddly princess. Can you lay down? Thank you. There's kisses. Thank you. Bellissima.
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
Who develops such technology that does that, man?
Oh god, they're still alive!
What did the Geth do to them?
Husk.
That door, it's closed. Security lock's engaged.
We need to exchange our weapons. Easy decryption. Some locked objects require decryption of electronics to access. If any squad member has the required talent, you will be able to unlock the object using the decryption or electronics interface, or by spending Omnigel. Advance to the central core. Use L stick to move around the ring. Press A and B to move inward and outward. Avoid the security programs. Begin manual override. I love this minigame.
Humans, thank the Maker.
Hurry! Close the door before they come back.
You're safe.
Don't worry, we'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers, bringers of darkness, heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
Nihilus.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him. The Prophet, leader of the enemy. He was here before the attack. That's impossible. Nihilus was with us in the Normandy before the attack. He couldn't have been here.
I'm sorry. Manuel's still a bit unsettled. We haven't seen your Turian. We've been hiding in here since the attack.
Beacon.
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network. Remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Manuel, please. This isn't the time.
Assistant.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
You can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Night is falling. The darkness of eternity.
Hush, Manuel. Go lie down. You'll feel better once the medication kicks in.
A doctor. He's having Let's have that one episode. Non-sapient creatures.
After the Geth secure a location, they round up and impale dead and living bodies on mechanical spikes. The spikes rapidly transform these victims into withered husks, extracting water and trace minerals, and replacing them with cybernetics. The cybernetics reanimate the lifeless flesh and tissue, transforming the bodies into mindless killing machines. Some Alliance soldiers refer to the husk-generating spikes as dragon's teeth, a reference to the mythological berserkers who sprang up from the earth wherever the teeth of the dragon Eris were planted. Dragon's teeth and husks bear little resemblance to other pieces of Geth technology. No one is sure why a synthetic race would bother to drain the minuscule amount of recoverable resources from organic corpses, though the value of reusing them as shock troops is obvious.
Dr. Warren informed you the beacon was taken to Eden Prime's spaceport. You need to get there before the Geth claim it as their own. So move forward. I remember like trains and stuff.
Saren.
Nihilus.
This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Betrayal.
What is that? Off in the distance.
It's a ship. Look at the size of it.
Alright. I need to upgrade or update my weaponry. That might seem a good idea to do. Door control, AC decryption. Oh. Let's go.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out, we're not armed.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure. We owe you our lives.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
The three of us were working the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just farmers. We heard they found something out there, but it never really mattered to us. Not until now.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was too busy running to get a clear look at it. I think it landed over near the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
It was emitting some kind of signal as it descended. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only it was coming from inside your own head.
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
You should come.
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring, nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
Smuggling's a crime.
You're breaking the law, Cole.
We're not hurting anybody. Hell, most of the time I don't even know what's in the packages. Just thought there might be something we could use. I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
Is that all?
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but you probably deserve it more than I do.
Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
He might have something to do with this whole attack, Cole. We need his name. It's important.
Yeah, okay, you're right. His name's Powell. Works the docks at the spaceport, if he's still alive.
Alright.
I have to go.
Good luck.
I have to go. Sometimes though. Okay, we got more but lower accuracy. Chemical rounds. Combat sensor. The scimitar. I'm going to use the shotgun button. Stinger 2. The Reaper. My caliber barrel. Okay. That's good. We need electronic skill. How far are we from the next level? Okay. Lock them. back there. Exploration. Oh, Nihilus.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Something's moving over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
Sneaking up on us like that nearly got you killed.
I'm sorry, I was hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
And what happened?
I need to know how Nihilus died.
The other one got here first. He was waiting when your friend showed up. He called him Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
Well, what about the beacon?
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
The Geth didn't
How
find
come
him.
you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really want to think about it.
You're close contact here on the docks. For the smuggling ring.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
A shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing from the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch. We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
Just give me the grenades.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
A lot of Marines died here, Powell. Those grenades could have come in handy. If I were you, I'd think of some way to make it up to them.
Yeah, okay. There is something else I was saving. Could be worth a fortune. Experimental technology, top of the line.
I didn't remember this.
Take it. I don't need it. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. Really, I'm sorry.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute that ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform. Thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
All right.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
What's that? Turian named Saren killed Nihilus. He may be working with the Geth. Take the cargo train to the next platform and stop him before he gets the beacon. Some explosives. Get it over there. Oh, right button and use powers. Something that exploded. There's more. Oh. Very satisfying to use the sniper. And the action is so good. I think that now I can upgrade. This is some combat armor too. We can do electronics. And first aid armor. Assault rifles, combat armor. Good. I can go back and try to do that faucet. Maybe something cool in it. Let's go, Sheppard. Hop up. Yes, storage locker. Nice, that's what we're looking for. Yes. 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 Whatever synthetics. And then let's put it that way. The phaser, it's good to break shields. Yeah. If I remember correctly, tech is very good against armor, so the yellow gauge, and bionics is really good for the shields, so the blue gauge. I don't know if they put armor. It should be. Yes, it should be on all three. Yeah. I think so. Let's go. Nice.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Hurry! We need to find them all and shut them down!
Nice. Did it. I don't think there was anything to pick up. This way. Is there something? I don't think so. Let's investigate the rest of the area first. Oh. Remembered correctly. I played the Legendary Edition a little bit, I think, if I remember. There was another save, but I have no idea when actually I did. So much stuff. Grab all of it. Yes. I love receiving XP for these things. Did I explore everything? Yes. Let's investigate the beacon.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
No, don't touch him! Dangerous!
Bye-bye, beacon.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
This human must be eliminated.
Matriarch standing still, so powerful. Him being a ball of rage.
Doctor! Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
You had us worried there, Sheppard. How are you feeling?
Come okay.
Minor throbbing. Nothing serious. How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
Don't blame yourself.
You had no way to know what would happen.
Actually, we don't even know if that's what set it off. Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to find out.
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
Not a dream of vision.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Sheppard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
Reese Williams here. Oh, I feel bad about Jenkins.
I don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your
Triggering a
fault.
little bit.
You did a good job, Sheppard.
Why is Williams here?
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
Lieutenant Alenko agrees with you. That's why I added her to our crew.
Pissed off about the gap.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
You wanted to talk?
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Sheppard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
We got nothing to hide.
I didn't do anything wrong, Captain. Hopefully the Council can see that.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Sheppard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
He hates humans?
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
I mean, it's very difficult thinking about universe level, like diverse galaxies and all. How all these different species that can coexist. As the humans are, you know, led by curiosity and expansion sometimes, and also very well-intended means. And, you know, all the economy and all these things, then reaching like a galactic unity, even that on those terms, it can be pretty difficult. Of the curiosity of this conquering kind of mental style, execution style of conquering, going out, as our history kind of showcases, you know. every discovery of going towards of emigrating or immigrating causes tensions, or causes war, or causes one side to be overpowering the other, most of the times willingly, whether it's about a specific lifestyle, a specific belief, specific ideology. And I'm sure there are other species like Turians in this fictional world, but I guess even in our real world, in other species out there that might or may not exist. How we can also reconduct it to the way that we view how hard it is to see change that we did not decide happen in front of our eyes, and the consequences of it affecting us in our daily lives without having a say in it. So I guess a lot of difficulty is coping with that, the lack of agency, the lack of choice in the matter of something changing and or affecting us, and or keeping that as it is, but getting the tools to, as a whole system, not just leaving the individual to fend off for it, just having a system that will allow an integration to be humane and respectful, and at the pace and at the time that that person or that creature, that species can take it, that intelligent life form can take it. Yeah. I guess we don't, we're not aware of how many resources are being taken every moment, how many trees are being cut. Then there are many trees are being planted. How many people leave the physical form, and how many come into it. How many lives are born. It's fascinating. It's very difficult to, for a system that keeps going into thinking that there is someone in charge, or the people in charge, as not like an ego or individual thing, but or a self-serving thing, but a figure of competence and of service, not to gain privileges or favors for friends and families and stuff like that because of the people that but just like how everybody can benefit in different ways. It's all about pleasing everybody, or because that's just that doesn't really make any sense really into it. Why would there's stuff to do, there's things to get done. If we wait for everybody to get along in a specific kind of way, for everybody to like everybody in a specific kind of way, to extinction, like we wouldn't do anything. So the important space for people who need more or people who need less, there's that individuality of adaptability as a system that fosters life and that takes care of it, while also expanding in a way that it's balanced, that is respectful, that is not overly aggressive or not aggressive at all, depending on the situation, on the means, and on the accessibility of things. If we view, as of today, like going out to space, how much it costs, how much resources it takes, how much time and effort of engineers, of astronauts, of whatever crew is needed to fabricate the spaceship or the rockets and everything to do all of that, plus for things that are needed to go into space, lack of gravity, dealing with all of those things. Food, proper food and recycling and all of those things. While there's satellites and stuff just floating around, all over. They're going into space with that idea. Is it appropriate? Would it be appropriate to go to another planet, let's say Mars, build a colony on Mars, and have it be by our own idea of rules and life, how it is intended to be? Or it should be like a cautionary status to be, how can we move through other planets, and or in distant, more so distant future, how we move through other galaxies, and have colonies over there that is not like most things are still being handled here on Earth, and the disregard for a lot of life, for a lot of things, for self-serving and individual need, individual gains, which I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to make it that kind of system, like going out to space. It's not about the Russian, the American, space. It shouldn't be today this on Earth, but that's just my thing, my belief. But again, there's many differences too. I don't think it's difference that they need to be streamlined, that everybody needs to agree on complex and layer stuff. It's important throughout history that we have the unique vision, that everybody sees things in a different way, but it's just about the crucial stuff of what life is and what life is meant to be for all of us as a species. And within that we can be individually fulfilled, but also have to be within the bounds of, we can just just self-inflict, self-destruct as it is, many behaviors, whether it's extreme survivalism or extreme neglect that brings violent behaviors, and a lot of stuff that unfortunately people then take out whatever way. People who become a CEO or something, and they're just fueled by some things. People who just, if what fuels us then becomes something that is not healthy, it's very hard then it's even hard to define what it is healthy, or, somebody else should not define what is healthy, but it should be a communal state of understanding oneself and coming to that conclusion of is this helpful to myself, the environment around me, and or people that might be in direct contact with me or indirect contact with me, and or as a neighborhood level, as a city level, as a state level, as country level, as continent level, and then as the whole globe, and then you go as a whole space and universe, galaxies, all the different levels of things. Anyway, a vision.
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
A warning.
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Sheppard.
What will we say?
What are we gonna tell him? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll stop him. You're right.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
Understood, sir.
We prove Saren's gone rogue, and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
Aye, aye. Citadel Station statistics. Although the Citadel is equipped with mass effect generating element 0 cores, most of the gravity on the station is generated by the centrifugal force of rotation. 3.5 minutes per revolution. Rotational gravity in wards 1.02 Earths. Rotational gravity in Presidium 0.3 Earths. Total length open 44.7 kilometers. Diameter open 12.8 kilometers. Worth length 43.6 kilometers with width 330 meters. Presidium ring diameter 7.2 kilometers. Presidium ring width 553 meters. Exterior armor thickness 13 meters. Population 13.2 million, not including keepers. Who were the keepers? Like the little insectoids that are like taking care of the citadels. Gross weight 7.11 billion metric tons. Height of the Presidium Tower 1 kilometer and 47 meters. Be badass.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station, presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean extinction, numerous species have come to call the Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community. To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it.
Also, like another thing, the idea that other species would have the same sense of aggregation and communality, of having political, cultural, and financial distinctions, for example. I don't know if that would be the case. I don't think that every species can be accrued to complement into these groups of ideas, even though from our standpoint of view, just like how we describe gravity, you know, another species could describe gravity in a total different way, especially because then our measurements and they're based on our grasp, like on Earth, from Earth to somewhere else, or from the sun to there's all these systems that are based on our perception and our point of view. That maybe species have completely different ways of even molecular communication, like, which is completely different from how we've come to exist, we've come to aggregate, and how we explain the aggregations based on our understandings and further technological and scientific advancements of understanding, and of that even this little bit of molecule and all the experimentations that we do with different materials, creating new materials, aggregating them in different ways, and see how that checks out. Then that's the experimentation thing. But on a even on a social, like on a social based scenario idea, what socialization generically means for us, and how it's generically aggregated. You got formations of monarchy, democracy, what democracy kind of entails. Then you got knowledge, what kind of knowledge, and there's all different differentiations that could bring different denominators. But like, if you think like a completely different species, how we aggregate it could be just like a speck of dust. It could be just like, oh, you're still there. Like, you're still in this heavily superficialized and aggregation and association of meanings to things that you carry through thousands of years of history to this day. And what modernism and postmodernism, that means what we're still dragging all our weights, because we still denominate the Russia thing, the America thing, the Italian thing. We all associate more or less even our personal feelings that we have about things. African American history, then you got just all of these different things that more or less, I mean, they are true and that happen, and they still carry meaning, and we're still dragging to people maybe who never existed, but they still carry the weight of what was before, and it's impactful. Whether it's about resources that are no longer there because they were used, whether it's access to things that's no longer there, or whether there is more access to things that wasn't there before, to understand and to gain more awareness and acknowledgement of things. So going to space, if you would ever approach a different species, even to think that the military approach would kind of be organized in the same way, I feel like that's kind of like the flaw, I guess, because we are limited to what we can imagine, which it's very few limitations, because you can imagine anything, really. But just to think that the aggregation or the meaning, what was spark of war, an act of war, would be the same. That's strange, right? And there are many examples of that in the citadels of the different species, on how they talk, on how they behave, how they interact. But even then, I think that those can be mirrored by sides of humanity, or sides of us, and we, the creators of the games and the writers of the games, they kind of implemented that into that. Even our nightmares, everything is kind of implemented from the aggregations that we have. I don't know, like, if in space the same aggregations would be made, because that means they would be human too. Does that make any sense? Like, they would be something completely different for the awesome entertainment of the game, to aggregate all the species that have a political system, that there's a seat to the table. This idea is so superficially based on our thing of being in power, being in charge of this. Has become a very ill and poisoned idea of what it means, because the competence is kind of not there most of the times, because it takes a lot of responsibility and it takes a lot of knowledge. That's not necessarily you need to have before you hold the position, but it's kind of like a mindset and how you tackle different things at different with informed decisions, with the help of people who hopefully they're competent enough in their position, whether it's the military head, whether it's the economics kind of thing, or whatever who you nominate, because now it's more about political sides than it is about getting competent people. Unfortunately, most of the time, in a lot of spaces still they can thrive in that way, and I feel that all of us should be. It's not about all these distinctions that still carry so much bias. It's history, where you come from, your aesthetics, how you present yourself, how you talk, how, like where you came from is a big one, right? And it's like you're always like a stranger to somebody else. You're always like an alien in some place, in some environments, and to abridge that seems very difficult. But I think the internet and the globalization should have already served as proof of how different we are for history's sake, but how the same we are because we exist. I'm the same as somebody all over the other side of the world that doesn't know my language, and I don't know theirs, but we kind of have a communal, as a species, we kind of have a communal thing. And it would be very interesting one day. I don't think it's in my times that we as a human beings, we're still gonna be here. We haven't dissolved yet ourselves at the rate that we're going. And if we're going to space with the mindset that we have now, is we either gonna be annihilated by, or we're gonna be the joke of the universe. I mean, just going about it with like, I'm in charge of this thing. What does that mean? Like we have humongous space. Yeah, if you think about universe space, we're not even like a speck, a grain of sand. Like we're not even like a speck of things in the imagination of how you can imagine the space. But how important it is, because every grain of sand then creates beach. And it's there. Everybody has a place. Everybody has a role to play. It should be the most competent one that you can be at, but sometimes it's like, well, I'm not gonna open like 100,000 parentheses, but I feel like it's gonna be interesting if we ever gonna meet different species that more or less has a developmental factor of being able to communicate with each other effectively. You can say even us with dogs, us with cats, us with other animals, there is sort of a recognition of certain things. Still, we define them, we give them meaning based on our own understanding from ourselves, from how we view things, emotional things, mental things, physical, sensorial, that may well not, and we still define them compared to ours. Because of course we don't have any other metric of understanding rather than our own. But I feel like molecules, atoms, space particles, they may engage the same way that we observe, because whether we exist or not, gravity is still gravity, even if it's not called gravity. Like whether all the rules of the universe that exist, whether we are here or not, those that would be kind of observable, even to the other end of the universe, will still be the same thing. But it's very curious how it's with another species developed to observe those things. Would they call them the same? Would be able to understand each other, how we call things, why we call things a certain way? and the bias that we carry about certain things. You know, we have emotions about certain things. We have, you know, we have perceived opinions about things, and or completely ignorant judgment about things, and how it would be. So even in war, I don't think that, you know, we think about other species would have the same. There would be a standardized organizational structure of being at war. I mean, war has been thousands of years. There's so many strategies. There's so many examples all over the world. How military, how we fight, like how we, you know, you would think that it would be the same all over the world. But if we have come together in this kind of body, maybe somewhere else it's not. It didn't come this way. As you know, as there's also examples of in this game of different aesthetics and different organs and different ways of approaching things. But it's still like, you know, I think it still feels like a lot of it's sides of us. That's how we relate so much. You know, we do the hyper rationality, the hyper emotionality, the spiritualisms, the like it's so. And I wonder if far away or close, and we don't know. We don't know yet. I mean, most of us don't, I guess. If we would communicate, or if somebody would want to communicate the way that we do, or we would be able to communicate with the way that we do, how would that go? I don't feel like it would be the same way that we see things. So this thing about political, culture, and financial, especially the financial things, I feel like in a space manner, this thing about proprietary and property, it's very superficial and very obsolete in a lot of ways, and it defeats the purpose of like being in a space with others, to be like, this is mine, you don't have access to it, beyond like the personal need of space, and having a safe space, whether it's like a little apartment room, a house, I don't know, it's a bit loud, whatever. The appropriate means for that life to just have a semblance of like, I don't know if it's identity, but like an expression of like a safe space where you can be. That kind of like eases the nervous system, especially like the fight or flight or our survival triggers. And evolutionary wise too. Like we could meet species that are just far beyond our concept of knowledge of the world. Would they have the same aggregation of materials? I guess the rules are the way that they are. We artificialized a lot already, so I don't know, would other species too have experimented and changed and tried to push beyond the rules that exist in the universe, or universes, or whatever it is. It's just whether we're just in the Matrix or something. We're feeling trapped by rules that we did not decide. We just came to be in it, and we're like, oh, there's gravity. Why is there gravity? What does gravity entails? You know, like, there's all of these rules that exist, whether we do or not, but we are in it. And we, anyway, there's so much that could be explored. Let's go back to it again. Tell Jovier to bring the Normandy into dock at the Citadel. We have traveled to the Citadel. Yeah. Like, will we have the same interests? Will we have kind of the same kinds of hobbies? Will we describe things the same way? That'd be fascinating.
Combat. Medigel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
Exception to the rule.
Hey, Commander.
What's up, Ashley?
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
You'll be missed.
Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew.
Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here.
Soldiers. You earned it.
You're a good soldier, Williams. You belong on the Normandy.
Thanks, Commander. I appreciate that.
How are you holding up?
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
Oh, you helped.
Couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
You have to have it.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
Thanks, Commander.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
Personal question.
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth, or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into.
Leader.
And he cares about the people under his command.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record, over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
An L2.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets my...
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Thank you. Technology biotic amps. Biotics manipulate mass effect fields using dozens of element zero nodules within their nervous systems that react to electric stimuli from the brain. Amplifiers allow biotics to synchronize nodules so they can form fields large and strong enough for practical use. Amplifiers can improve a special discipline or talent. An implant is a surgically embedded interface port into which amps are plugged in. On humans, the implant is usually placed at the base of the skull for convenient access, though the user must be careful to keep it free of contaminants. Implant ports can fit a variety of amps, and there is a growing market for modifications and add-ons. The finest quality implants and amps are manufactured by Asari artisans, but the Alliance L3 implants, first deployed in 2170, a significant step forward. The idea you don't want to rely on somebody else, the whole thing.
Biotics is the ability of rare individuals to manipulate dark energy and create mass effect fields through the use of electrical impulses from the brain. Intense training and surgically implanted amplifiers are necessary for a biotic to produce mass effect fields powerful enough for practical use. The relative strength of biotic abilities varies greatly among species and with each individual. There are 3 branches of biotics. Telekinesis uses mass-lowering fields to levitate or impel objects. Mass-raising kinetic fields are used to block or pin objects. Spatial distortion uses rapidly shifting mass fields to shred objects. Most organic species are capable of developing biotic abilities, though there are risks involved. Biotics are the result of an in utero exposure to element 0. This usually causes fatal cancers in the victim, but in rare cases, it coalesces into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system.
Alright. What's up, Caden?
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
He does not on the clock. Okay. Hello, crew. Getting migraines. Oh. Captain Anderson.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
Yes, FTL. Communications. Real-time communication is possible thanks of networks of expensive mass relay boys that can daisy chain a transmission via lasers. Computers are maintained in patterns built outward from each mass relay. The buoy are little more than a cluster of primitive miniature mass relays. Each individual buoy is connected to a partner on another buoy in the network, forming a corridor of low mass space. Tight beam communications lasers are piped through these tubes of FTL space, allowing virtually instantaneous communication to anywhere on the network. The networks connect across regions by communications lasers through the mass relays. With this system, the only communications delay is a light lag between the source of destination and the closest buoy. So long as all parties remain within half a light second, 150,000 kilometers, of buoys, seamless real-time communications are possible. Since buoys are maintained in all traveled areas, most enjoy unlimited instant communication. Ships only suffer communications lag when operating off established deep space routes around inhabited outer systems, gas giants, and other unsettled areas. During wartime, buoys networks are the first target of attack. Once the network is severed, it can take anywhere from weeks to years to get a message out of the contested system. In systems where a buoy's network has not yet been built or has been destroyed, rapid communication means ferrying information through high-speed courier ships and unmanned data drones. Aye, aye. Aye, aye. Wait, I kind of want to go. Can I use the elevator? I love the design. In the Normandy's vehicle bay, using a squad member locker allows you to assign equipment to them. New equipment may be purchased off from the requisition officer. Hello.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
Supplies?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Pay you?
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell licenses. Each license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of products. I already have several basic ones, but you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands. Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
What do the different manufacturers offer?
There are too many for me to keep track of, but each license will explain what it's good for.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well...
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased. But I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back often. I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Oh, wait.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what
You bet, Commander.
Do you have something unique item? I want to buy the upgrade. Increases maximum number of grenade carried. Yes. Medical upgrade. Increases maximum units of medical by 1. Upgrade. Thank you. Do I have to update? Is it a mag? Okay. Technology.
By Omni tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
Marco.
The Mako infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, the Mako can provide a fire team with weapons support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, the Mako is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids. The Mako is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element 0 core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the Mako to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
Some vehicles. So how many there are? There's Dolly, Kilos a lot. There's Rex. There's oh my goodness. How is she called? Oh my goodness. The most lovely, I'm sorry. Oh boy, I forgot. And then
Biotics is the... When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element Zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel. EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding to survive the incredible radiation from the dead star. Only a few major corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined Element Zero at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create mass effect fields and develop FTL travel. Element Zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
Codex. Milk System Alliance military jargon. Ashore. When a ship's crew leaves the vessel, they are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding a space station. Await. When a ship releases the equipment tethering it to a space station or service dock, it is await. Aye aye, the proper way to acknowledge an order. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye, sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine, the correct response is yes, sir. ASAP. Pronounced ASAP, an acronym of as soon as possible. Belay, stop, seize. Bridge, the navigation center of a spacecraft where the steering is done. Captain's mast, non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commander. CIC. Combat Information Center, the command center of a spacecraft. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense out of the chaos of combat. DC Damage Control, the containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, electronic countermeasures used to avoid the mini-sensors from passive emissions masking to active jamming. EVA, extravehicular activity, time spent in a pursuit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. Flank. The flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. FNG, freaking new guys, a derisive term for inexperienced personnel. ground side, the surface of a planet, helmsman, the crew member who pilots a spacecraft, ladder, light amplified detection and ranging, an active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. Later has sufficient resolution that the data can be reconstructed into an image. Shore party, spacecraft crew sent ashore on official business. Silent running, an old submariner's term used aboard Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. SITREP, abbreviation of situation report, an evaluation of the current military situation. Spacer, someone who has spent most of their life in space. XO, executive officer, the second in command of an Alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative and personnel matters.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money.
There's a little bit of cutting the end of the lines.
Flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
This is an outrage! The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
He's dangerous.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. He needs to be stopped. The Council has to listen to us.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Sheppard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
The locations are marked on your map. Open the mission with start to access it.
The Citadel is The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian Hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information. The Turians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces. Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165.
Go to the Citadel Tower in the Presidium for an audience with the Council. Is it okay for me to do this? Alliance Patrol Report. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol of the Argos Rogue Cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system, but was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for these sectors. Do we want to send in a recon team? Exploring the Citadel.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very serious. I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I spoke with the consort in confidence, and her alone, and she betrayed that confidence. All right. I will look into it for you. In the meantime, do not do anything rash.
Then Korlak.
EarthClan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Din. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, EarthClan?
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, EarthClan.
Not at all.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Solarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy. However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
Well...
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by the Council.
Chastising rebuke, Din. The Council favors your species greatly.
You are naive. The EarthClan will be invited to the Council long before our species will.
Why aren't the Volus or Elcor part of the Council?
All species must prove themselves before they join the Council. All but the Earth clans, it would seem.
Dismissive. Ignore the Volus ambassador, human. He is incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the humans.
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your... I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din. You don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups. Though we are always welcoming to outsiders, our government tends to be very stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
Like they're spiritually representing kind of neurodivergency.
What do you do here?
Modestly, I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong. And it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
What did this Asari do to get you so upset?
I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
Stai sognando. They were dreaming. Più patito. Più patito. Exploring the Citadel. Okay. Exploring the Citadel. Oh yeah, Luna.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
What is this place?
This is the Presidium. More specifically, you are at the Citadel embassies. If you have more questions, please access Avina.
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Leveled up.
The Elcor are a Citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures, standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and sub-vocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky, and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys. The Volus are a member species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Erun, their homeworld, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen-air mixtures are poisonous to them, and in the low-pressure atmospheres tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authored the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy. The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as the mediators and centrists of the Council. An all-female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. They can attune their nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to the unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Asari can live for over 1,000 years, passing through 3 stages of life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring. This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors.
Presidium Rings, Citadel Station. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residencies for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air restaurants, bars, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about a third Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule, with a 6-hour night where lights are dimmed and the sky goes through a night cycle. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior walls at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy CSEC presence and ubiquitous monitoring devices of the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel's spaceports. Being closer to the center of the spin, there is less motion for a ship to match, and the reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. The tower is at the center of the ring, holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over a kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward parallel to the ward arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained by using massive fact fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and wards. A consular dock can be found at the base of the tower. While normally used for diplomatic couriers and Spectre business, the shuttles docked here can evacuate the council government in an emergency. Investigate the readings. Expose Saren. Yes. Immunity ability? What does that mean? What's the immunity ability? Oh, okay. We do electronics. And something. We do survival and soldier. Let's go. Old businessy like. Those keepers.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
You too. Oh, this is the Turian embassy. And decrypt it. Decrypt it. Decrypt. Advisory warning. The following message was transmitted from an untraceable account to multiple recipients across the extranet. Further monitoring of the situation is warranted. My fellow biotic, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us, fewer tolerate us. We must stand together, we must build our own new world. Come, join us in the Aking Eta cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs done to our kind. Executor Palin.
Commander Sheppard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Palin, head of CSEC. It's my job to know when someone like you arrives on the Citadel. Was there something you needed, Commander?
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot. If the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet, that's their business. But I don't have to like it.
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called. More like the underhanded side of the Council.
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law. Especially when it's left up to each individual Spectre to decide when and how to bend the rules.
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police and security services throughout the Citadel. We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about ongoing investigations.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Got it. There's a bomb?
This place seems strange.
Don't believe the rumors. The consort would never reveal her secrets.
Of course she wouldn't. She'd be tossed out the nearest airlock if she did.
I suppose. Besides, Nick, the consort's nothing like the girls back on the colonies. She's...
You don't have to do it with her. You can just talk to her if you want.
Is that all you did, Jazz? Just talk?
I didn't say that.
Ha! I bet you did too.
Shut!
What do you want? Oh, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
Relax, Private. This isn't an inspection.
Right, sorry. What can I do for you, Commander?
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here as... That is, she helps people with things.
You never went to see her, did you, Fredericks?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Can you at least tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge from the embassies.
Thanks, kid. Have fun. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I will. Have fun, that is.
Yeah. Appearances.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Appearances, alright. She's busy.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
What have you got?
Information, mostly. Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby?
Come in.
What's going on around here?
Well, you found the embassies. Not much going on here. Across the bridge, you'll find the bank, the Emporium, and Shaira's. If you haven't heard of her, you soon will. If you need supplies, you can try the markets one level below. For entertainment, I'd try Flux or Cora's Den.
What is Shaira's?
The consort? She entertains clients who can afford her services. Most of the diplomats and ambassadors have visited her at one time or another. She's a very powerful woman, but also very respected.
Tell me about Flux and Cora's Den.
Well, Flux has gambling and dancing, certainly more lively than this place. Cora's Den, on the other hand, well, let's just say it's livelier and deadlier, all at the same time.
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Okay, it's a keeper. I think we've seen everything on this level. Should we talk to the holographic?
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
Hello?
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel Space Station.
What does that mean?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals, should you require assistance.
Give me the tour.
You are standing at Presidium Tourism Terminal 1. On either side of this lobby are the embassies of the various Citadel races, along with CSEC headquarters. On the far end of this level, you can see the Citadel Tower, where the Council meets regularly to discuss matters of interstellar importance.
I want to know more about Citadel security.
Citadel security serves as law enforcement for all regions of the Citadel, though the majority of officers serve in the wards. Executor Palin, a Turian, is the current head of CSEC, but individuals from virtually every species across Citadel space serve as officers beneath him. If you wish to learn more, Executor Palin's office is located in the CSEC headquarters just across the lobby.
Tell me about the embassies.
Each species in Citadel space important enough to be consulted on matters of galactic politics maintains an embassy on the Presidium. The Volus were the first non-council species to be granted an embassy, roughly 2,384 galactic standard years ago. As Citadel space has expanded, more embassies have been added. The most recently added embassy belongs to your own species, humanity. It was added 19 galactic standard years ago, despite some rather vocal opposition.
Why were people trying to keep my species out?
Some species felt humanity was given preferential treatment. It often takes a century or more before a new species is granted an embassy. The Council gave a great deal of thought to this matter. In the end, they decided humanity's impact on Citadel space was significant enough to warrant an embassy.
Do you agree with their decision?
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
Do you know anything about Spectres?
The term Spectre is derived from the branch of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Each Spectre agent is handpicked by the Council. Their primary role is preserving galactic stability and resolving volatile situations that cannot be handled through normal political channels. In this role, they are granted extraterritorial rights and jurisdictions. Spectres answer to no law or authority except the Council itself.
What can you tell me about the Citadel Council?
Originally, the Council consisted of representatives from the Asari and Solarians, the two dominant species in Citadel space. Roughly 1,304 galactic standard years ago, Turians were invited to join the Council in recognition of the role they played during the Krogan Rebellion. Since then, the three Council races have worked together to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the galactic community, while preserving individual autonomy for each species.
It can't be as simple as that. There must be problems somewhere in the system.
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you for using Avina. Please enjoy your visit to the Citadel.
On the other side. Let's go through here. Just sit on the top elevator. Okay. Wait, did I just go? Okay. Here's one underneath. This is where the Citadel is. Huh. Towards... What is down here? Let's talk to the Council. Can't really access much, can we? Full space. Keeper.
Look at that.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Oh, this is a little top. Can I just cross the other way? The relay.
Huh.
just lounging. Hmm. I can enter here, Barlow on.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Sheppard. The tale of how you survived the great tragedy on Akuz is truly remarkable. I am amazed each time I hear it.
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise. I also offer premium services for those clients who need someone to conduct business without drawing unwanted attention. Discreet and efficient. That's my motto.
Sounds pretty shady.
Everything I do falls completely within the bounds of interstellar commerce law. Even so, many of my clients would prefer their transactions remain undisclosed.
Mm-hmm.
For example, suppose a Hanar ambassador was petitioning the council to reduce tariffs on Hanar goods. How would it look if he had money invested in a Hanar exporting company? Even if his true motives were to help his people, he would be accused of advancing the petition for his own personal gain. I can keep his personal finances private.
Still sounds shady to me.
Then we can only hope he will never be cursed with a large enough fortune to require my services.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single strong community.
What makes the Presidium so special?
It is the political center of Citadel space. 80% of all intelligent species in the known galaxy acknowledge the Council's authority on interstellar matters. But only the most powerful and influential species have embassies here on the Presidium. This level of the station is reserved for the elite, Sheppard. People like us.
What are the wards like?
The cultural heart of the galaxy. They pulse with the lifeblood of millions of citizens from dozens of different species. You never know what you'll find down in the wards, Commander. It's always full of surprises. Fortunately, most of them are pleasant.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Emporium.
Ah, human. This one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
What exactly do you sell?
Only the finest and most luxurious items that credits can buy. This one is able to procure almost any item the human would desire, for a price, naturally.
Why do you refer to yourself as this one and it?
For the same reason that humans are so inquisitive. It is part of our culture. Specifically, Hanar only refer to themselves in the first person with family or intimates. And we rarely do so with other species. It is just our way.
Who are you?
Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Oh, new upgrades. No. Oh, sorry.
Show me your items. Oh, this one is pleased to do so, Hugh.
Non-human armor, Krogan, Warian, Tyrian. Right. And I see...
Command. Oh, this one is...
Yes. Certa Foundation license. Get that. Just gonna get upgrades and... shopping. Although in real life, I don't really enjoy things. Look at that. You tell me about the statue.
Welcome to Presidium Tourism Terminal 3. Here in the financial district, a number of businesses offer various goods and services to their exclusive clientele. The statue you see before you was commissioned to honor the Krogan soldiers who gave their lives to protect Citadel space during the Rachni Wars. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned to have the statue removed. However, this motion was eventually quashed by the Council.
Tell me more about the Krogan rebellions.
In recognition of their efforts during the Rachni Wars, the Krogan were granted several new colony worlds by the Council. Over the next 400 years, the Krogan species began to expand. Blessed with an extremely high birth rate, their numbers began to swell. Faced with a critical overpopulation crisis, the Krogan started a violent colonization of nearby worlds inhabited by other Council species. The Krogan rebellions had begun. For a full century, the Council and its member species fought to bring the Krogan under control. With the aid of the newly discovered Turian Empire, they were ultimately successful.
You needed the Krogan to stop the Rachni. Then you needed the Turians to stop the Krogan. So who's gonna stop the Turians?
I am sorry, but that question is beyond my programming parameters. The Turians are members of the Citadel Council. They are not a threat to galactic peace.
Why did the Council fight so hard to keep the statue?
The Krogan were instrumental in saving the galaxy from the Rachni threat. The Council believed this historical fact should not be forgotten. The Council also hoped that preserving the memorial would improve diplomatic relations with the Krogan and bring about a peaceful resolution to the rebellions. Unfortunately, the Krogan refused to negotiate and only surrendered after their population and homeworlds had been ravaged by the Turians.
What were the Rachni Wars?
Nearly 2,200 years ago, explorers seeking to expand Citadel space opened up mass relays leading to systems controlled by the Rachni. A highly intelligent and aggressive insect race, the Rachni unleashed a war of conquest against the rest of the galaxy that lasted for nearly 3 centuries. The emergence of the Krogan finally turned the tide in favor of the Citadel species. Krogan forces provided the numbers necessary to halt the Rachni advance and drive them back. The Krogan then pursued their retreating fleets. Able to survive the harsh environments of the Rachni homeworlds, the Krogan hunted their enemy to extinction.
Was it really necessary to wipe them out?
I am sorry, but a value judgment of that nature goes beyond my programming.
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have a pleasant day.
That's nothing. I've had my office rearranged 5 times.
5 times?
Welcome. I am Naylina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
Commander Sheppard, with the Alliance Navy.
Excellent. You should hear something in, 3 or 4 months.
What do you do here, Nolina?
I'm one of the consort's acolytes. Many of the people here
like,
today will not see the
medical
consort, but they expect to be attended to just the same. It's our job to ensure that they leave contented.
What exactly do you attend to?
Well, each acolyte has her unique abilities. Some soothe with song, others with conversation. As much as possible, we seek to match the needs of our clients to the skills of our acolytes. My specialty is touch. My fingertips can find every tension point in your body and relieve it.
I'd like to try out your services.
Excellent. I'll add you to our client list. We should be able to see you in 3 or 4 months.
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
Nalina.
Yes, Shaira?
Send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with him.
Yes, of course, mistress. Huh. It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
Where do I go?
Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
Sensuality.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Wait, is she a client or is she... Oh, the acolytes. Is that a bed?
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
What exactly do you do?
That depends on your needs. I offer advice to some, comfort to others. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Maybe I can help.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Cora's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to his sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful.
Is that necessary?
Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
First she says, stop right there, then she get close. It's about control, isn't it? Controlling the situation. I
have to admit I'm a little nervous.
It's too tiring.
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure.
All these things. There is an art to it, yes. Some people. Well, some women mostly. Beautiful as it is deadly, I guess. As it is dangerous and can be deadly. I guess. Wait, was there another terminal? I think there was another arena. Was there another arena? No. Maybe not here. Maybe she's in the tunnel. I love the elevator music. I love it.
The council isn't going to ask me any questions, are they?
I doubt it. We've made our reports. Now we just have to trust Ambassador Udina.
No, we don't, sir.
The architecture.
Saren's hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Garrus.
Commander Sheppard, Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
Sounds like you really want to bring him down.
I don't trust him. Something about him rubs me the wrong way. But he's a Spectre. Everything he touches is classified. I can't find any hard evidence.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
Good luck, Sheppard. Maybe they'll listen to you. You don't want to keep the council waiting.
Aye, aye. Let's go. All this architecture. Rear Admiral Kahoku.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants. Commander?
No.
No, I just want to ask a couple of questions.
What's she doing? Is she sleeping? Is she sleeping? Sleepy kid. A nippy keeper. She's sleepy. Sleepy keeper. Hello, Captain.
The hearing's already started. Come on.
I think Saren is there, right?
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason.
An eyewitness saw him kill Nihilus in cold blood.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. And this must be your protege, Commander Sheppard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed. But what can you expect from a human?
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Sheppard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Sheppard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
You can't hide behind the Council forever.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Sheppard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree.
Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Sheppard?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth. Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
This meeting is adjourned.
It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know Saren. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
Tell me about this history between you and Saren.
I worked with him on a mission a long time ago. Things went bad. Real bad. We shouldn't talk about this here. But I know what he's like. And he has to be stopped.
What's our next step?
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We need to find some way to expose him.
What about Garrus, that CSEC investigator? We saw him arguing with the Executor.
That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Garrus down. His name is Harkin.
Forget it. They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job. I won't waste my time with that loser.
You won't have to. I don't want the Council using your past history with Saren as an excuse to ignore anything we turn up. Sheppard will handle this.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The Ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Optics.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the ward.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
An information dealer. Buys and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barla Vaughn's one of the top representatives. He might know something about Saren, but his information won't come cheap.
You and Saren have a history. What happened?
About 20 years ago, I was part of a mission in the Skillian Verge. I was working with Saren to find and remove a known terrorist threat. Saren eliminated his target, but a lot of people died along the way, innocent people. And the official records just covered it all up. But I saw how he operates. No conscience, no hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
Killing innocents doesn't end wars, it causes them.
I know how the world works, Commander. Sometimes you're forced to make unpleasant decisions. But only if there's no other way. Saren doesn't even look for another option. He's twisted, broken. He likes the violence, the killing. And he knows how to cover his tracks.
Our ambassador doesn't seem to get along with the Council.
He's just frustrated. The Council's always preaching that we need to be part of the galactic community. But for them, it's a one-way street. They want us to expand and settle unstable regions like the Skillian Verge and the Attican Traverse. But when we run into trouble, they don't want to help us out. Everyone knows it's only a matter of time until we get a seat on the Council. The Ambassador just thinks it should happen sooner rather than later. And I agree.
Maybe they'd let us join the Council if we were more willing to cooperate with the other species.
Of course they would. If we did everything they told us to, they'd love to have us on the Council. But it wouldn't be much of a deal for us. I understand their side. They don't want us dominating the Council. It's founded on cooperation and alliances. But we have to look out for our own interests, too.
You don't think much of Harkin.
The guy joined CSEC about 20 years ago. He's been an embarrassment to our species ever since. Roughing up suspects in custody, bribery accusations, alcohol and drug use. The embassy used to step in when he got in trouble. But I guess enough was enough.
The guy's a scumbag. He should have been cut loose a long time ago.
He was one of the first human CSEC officers. Guess it would have looked bad if he got fired. A lot of backroom deals were worked out over the years to keep him on the force. Politics is a dirty business sometimes.
Sometimes.
But it looks like his time's run out. We've got enough humans in CSEC now to stop protecting him.
I want to know more about the Spectres.
They're not your typical government agency. They tend to work alone, behind the scenes. They take care of problems the Council. It's not easy preserving peace across an entire galaxy. The Council prefers to use diplomacy and negotiation. But sometimes more extreme measures are needed.
How do they decide who becomes a Spectre?
You can't just apply to join. There's no training program. Spectres aren't made. They're born. The Council's always looking for exceptional individuals. People who can get the job done, like you. They've been watching you for years. They see something in you. They want you on their side. Nihilus was supposed to give them a final recommendation, but with him gone, things are still up in the air.
What's their command structure like?
There is no command structure. Each Spectre answers directly to the Council. Sometimes they're sent on specific missions. Other times, they act on their own. They tend to operate outside the law, do whatever it takes to accomplish their goals. The Council just turns a blind eye. Spectres have a lot of power, Sheppard.
They sound like shadow operatives.
Everything about them is classified. We don't even know how many there are. The latest Alliance estimate puts their numbers under 100. But the Council couldn't do its job without them. They're the Citadel's top agents, the last line of defense, the final option before open war. The entire galaxy respects and fears them. If a Spectre shows up, you know something big is about to happen.
What happens when a Spectre goes rogue, like Saren?
It doesn't happen often. The Council is careful when they select their candidates. But when something does go wrong, there's usually only one solution. Send another Spectre to bring the rogue agent down.
Tell me about Barlavon.
He specializes in moving large sums of money without leaving a paper trail. A financial genius, doesn't do anything illegal, but he knows all the loopholes. He's got an impressive client list. Ambassadors, diplomats, Spectres. That's probably why the Shadow Broker uses him.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
He's a necessary evil of galactic politics. Buying and selling information is a part of the game, and the Shadow Broker just happens to be the best player on the field. Always sells to the highest bidder. Doesn't get involved in politics, doesn't pick sides. A simple system, but it works. He's not a threat to anyone, not directly. He's just a resource we can use, or she is. Or maybe they are. Nobody really knows.
I should go.
Good luck, Sheppard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
Yeah. I think this is a good way to stop. Good place to stop. I got you saved. Oh boy. I love Mass Effect, so it's a really cool game. I don't know if I'll have a little bit of snippet later because tomorrow I'm busy. Maybe later today we'll do something, or maybe not. I don't know. Thank you for watching, and I hope, as usual, you're able to take care of yourself. Eat, drink, rest. The usual. You learned something new today, and you take care of yourself lovingly. See you next time. It's pretty late.